Probably going to need to hit the stream button at some point, right? I gotta either correct my posture or correct my camera. One of the two. Okay, so this goes. So, just come up with a form of plan. Hey, Unicus, how are you? Hey, Connie Grilla. Good afternoon. Or good morning, depending on where you are. How's things? Crap. Up. Good, good. Of course, I'm choosing now to clean my desk because I'm streaming, but never mind. What computer? I have too many computers. Live in the vida loca. Okay. Good, good. I got a new computer from work this week, so I'm going to be setting that up. And I just realised I've actually got a job to do for work, so this can't be the longest of streams because I've got to get that done today. But we just got these. So it's about what? 8 inches by 8 inches by 3 inches, and it's got a 10700 with a the ones we've got have got 32 gig of RAM in them and terabyte SSD with a Quadro P620. I think it's 2 gig graphics card in them. So I got these really tiny little boxes, but nice and powerful. But I've added that to my desk, so another keyboard and mouse. So right now on my desk I have 5 computers plus consoles, so I'm running out of space. I need to do something, so yeah. Well, one of the PCs is going away, so I've been using a personal PC for my work because it's been better than the laptop that I had for work, so I've been using that. But they've actually now gone out and bought us these little mobile PCs so we can actually take them back and forth between the office when we finally go back. So, but I've got to install it first and still do work on the other machine, and so I've just bought a 5800X to put in the other machine, so I'm going to have another gaming machine because that's got a Ryzen 2600 and a 5700 XT in it right now, so I'm going to drop the 5800X in there and make that another gaming PC. But right now I have a tangle of wires and mess on my desk, so after the stream I've got some work to do to actually, I've got to do work, and then I'm going to unwire everything and try and organize. So we'll see how that goes. I'm not an organized person, as may be apparent. So, but it's going to be done. It's got to be done. So today's stream, my arm is feeling much better. I've gotten an all clear from the doctor in terms of what I can and cannot do. So I'm back to coding. It did ache a bit after the other night's stream, but we'll see. I want to tinker with some ideas and some experiments. I'm not doing logging. I want to see how I might combine some of these things and kind of throw some thoughts out there that may be a little random, maybe a little bit awkward. I'm not really. I've had some ideas recently on how I want to use some of these technologies. And they seem rather inefficient. But I kind of just want to throw something at the wall and see how it feels. So I'm in a kind of prototyping, tinkering mood. So we'll just see how it goes and where we end up. And yeah. So the goal will just be to get something flowing through. This isn't going to sit in Pass right now. Pass would be a more refined version of this if things come together. But it's more of a let's see how this comes together. So I just said that anyway. But okay. So what I want to do, we'll go to our similar to wonderful diagram from the other day. I know it'll be a shame to see this go, but it'll be fine. What I want to do is create an API that fires data into an ElasticSearch, and then I can search on that data through the API. But then also fire that data into a DocDB. Nice, I'm making some changes to my app. We had a meeting for validating integration. Some small changes that are turning out to be bigger than I expected. As long as you didn't size them or as long as you didn't make any promises based off what you thought they were, you should be good. So this is my document DB, which will be Mongo for the sake of this one, probably. And then use the API to pull back data. So it's kind of this area that I'm oh, okay. Right. Oh, okay. Oh, that's not bad then. So this is why I put in the microservices and document DBs, because obviously there'll be different services running, different pieces running, and I want to. It's kind of this area that I really want to talk about more. But I need to get to this phase first. So it shouldn't be difficult. We will base this upon. I think the pizza theme might be a bit of a stretch here. But let's go with what can we go with? No, let's stick with pizza as a service. We'll base it around pizza somewhere along the line. We'll make it about pizza. So we've got a few pieces we need to install. So we need an Elasticsearch container, a Mongo container, Elastic, and we're going to need to start working on hosting my bot outside of my machine so that I don't run the risk of, as I'm doing this, bringing the bot down. We'll see. So let's start there. Let's begin this. As always, it's going up here. New repository. And this is going to be public, add a readme, add a git ignore, studio, create repository, git kraken. I'll start that up. This is not forgotten about. I think I've got to start planning some completions of things. New tab, clone repo, GitHub, browse, dev project, stream, Saturday, lunch. Saturday lunch. Now. Okay. So we're going to start with, and whether this is the right thing to do or not, I don't know. We're going to start with a Docker Compose. We'll add an Elasticsearch and a Mongo instance in there. We'll add, I think we'll add Kafka. Yeah, we'll add Kafka. Maybe Connect. So we'll see. So let's improve tooltips. Desktop notification will render as intended. And so let's start here. Dev projects, stream, Saturday lunch. I did create it in the nested folder anyway. Whatever. Let's create a folder. Source. Docs. Install. I'm going to create a Docker Compose in here. Hey, Roth. How you doing? How's things? Yep. Not too bad. Not too bad. Getting on. New project solution. I don't know how much of this I'm going to achieve in one stream, but we'll see. dev project stream. It's going to be Saturday lunch. Saturday lunch, select folder. Saturday lunch. Okay, so then let's add. Did that create any folders at all? Yes, it did. Here's Visual Studio. Why would you not help me out there? Cut that out there, put that there, delete that. That there. Add. New solution folder. Install. Add existing item. Compose. Okay. So version 3.2. Well, I don't think version matters. Services. We need image. So we're going to install Elasticsearch through Docker. So we need something like this. We're not going to cluster it. I'm not messing around with that. That's for an entirely different type of stream. But we're just going to create an instance. So just think I need to skip the clustering components. That should be good. So we just do this discovery type node single, and then we should be good. So this is the basics. So I'm going to do that. And so that's our image. Oh, yeah, we need what do we need? Elasticsearch. It's going to all go very wrong. We'll see. Elasticsearch. What do you like? Services. Which container name. Elasticsearch. Environment. Let's do this. So we need this environment node. So discovery dot type. So the example. We need the hyphen. Then equals, and that's single, right? Single node. Single node. Second. Tenorous. Oh, I always forget about ads. My apologies. Although you're subbed, so you're fine. You're there. I believe. Thank you very much for the resub. Thank you. How's it going? How was the stream today? I appreciate the support. Like a new Wi-Fi setup. You got new access points, or you usually wired and now you're not? I have the Google Home things, and so everything in here is all through one Google Home access point, and it's generally okay. Hi, Dandy Sorrenti. How are you doing? Sorry, I didn't miss the comment. Okay. So what we're doing today is a little bit of experimentation. I have some ideas on some architectural things that I've got to work with recently, soon, and also we work on another project on the stream called Pizza as a Service, where we're exploring microservices and the general architecture. And I have a few ideas I want to run past the stream, or at least develop the pieces out so I can talk about them independent of everything else. So today we're going to create Saturday lunch, and we're going to see about an ElasticSearch index, learn more about getting the data into Elasticsearch and seeing how we use that data to actually turn around and use in an application or an API. So the goal is to relatively quickly put these things together and see what we come up with. So as always, if there's any questions, any thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, feel free. This is all relatively new stuff to me. Docker is not a strength, so I'm trying to use it more where I have the chance. And things like setting up Elasticsearch and MongoDB and things like that, Docker is just perfect for being able to tear them down afterwards. So right now I'm just curious as to why I've got so much red on the screen. Is it because that should be tabbed in? No, that shouldn't be tabbed in. 3.2. So I can compose. I bet it's Visual Studio. Bet you it's Visual Studio giving me issues. We'll see. Install update. OZ code is a useful extension. Right. I didn't choose the right time to do this, but never mind. I have a mug. 6 stages of debugging. That can't happen. That doesn't happen on my machine. That shouldn't happen. Why does that happen? Oh, I see. How did that ever work? Seems appropriate being what I'm installing. Okay, come on, application. Oh, so this is my highly descriptive diagram for the day. This is what I'll be working off of. So we're going to try and create an API. I'm really good at diagramming. We're going to try and feed that data into Elasticsearch and into a Mongo database at the same time, or roughly at the same time. We're probably going to use Kafka, because why not? And like that needed any more description. And then we're going to try and create the API to query this data. And what we're going to look at is, okay, how do we do that? What's the most effective way of doing that? Is it storing everything in Elasticsearch? What about if we need different data? Explore those ideas and potentially put GraphQL in here somewhere, and be able to expose that differently based upon the document DB. Do we use Elasticsearch to provide us a list of things that we actually need to go pull? How does all that work? All these and more coming as soon as I get the code away. So we shall see. Holy. So I just tried to buy some. So my daughter plays a game, Roblox. And so as a treat, when she's done her chores through the week, she gets given $10 worth of Robux because she wants to spend it on virtual crap. Fine, that's okay with me. I just went to check out $10 gift card, and Amazon replaced that with 9,999 entries, and it was only because the website errored that it didn't let me just take out 10,000 gift cards. That's pretty awful. That would have been scary. I would have been pretty sad had Amazon just tried to take that much money from me. Needless to say, I do not carry that much money in my account, nor do I have that much money. So that would have... Hey, you just bought this thing. Now go to a completely different menu to actually consume this thing. Oh, you bought a digital thing. Okay, well that's not in this menu. That's not in your orders. That's in your digital things. So you don't go to your orders to see that. You go to your digital orders. Oh, but it's not digital order. Oh, come on. I just want to do one thing, Amazon. So do not renege on my deal. That's bad. Amazon's starting to worry me. Tells me I just bought this thing 8 times as well. I think Amazon's eventual consistency has eventually gone mental. Appropriately, we're talking about this, right? It says you've bought this 8 times before. I haven't. I bought this 5 times in total, not 8 times before. I have not bought that much in Roblox. See, what is this doing? Why is that not working? So yeah, Amazon is having a little bit of a moment, it seems. And I can never remember where you go. See certain things, but yeah, they're getting a little bit confused. So my apologies for doing this while I'm on a stream. This was not intentional, but I will be. I will be right there. Where did they put this stuff? It's like, yeah, that's what I mean. It's, and the child does not have access to my Amazon account, and no orders show up. So it's not like I've. This is messy. So normally I buy it on the phone. I should have bought it on the phone because then it says, "Oh, do you want to claim that code straight away?" You say, "Yeah." It's like, okay, we're done. But when you're not on the phone, you order it through the website. It's way more confusing to find out where you need to be. Manage content and devices. No. Payments. No. Your Amazon credit cards. No. Memberships and subscriptions. This is way harder than I thought it was. Hey, Toswag. Right now, I'm trying to figure out how the heck I actually managed to get access to a gift card that I just bought, a digital gift card. And I can't do it, so I'm going to have to do it later. Because I'm not doing this anymore. Okay. So today we are going to work on this. So I did part of the features are corrected. Nice. Good job. So we're going to work on, hello, Mr. Anhorn. Did I not? I don't think I said that. My apologies for kind of dozing towards the end of your stream last night. I was kind of in and out and just sat there, falling asleep. So, no reflection on you. I was just bored in general. I didn't have anything to do. Ooh, a company policy update. Youch. Okay. So yeah, I'm not looking at Elasticsearch in the same way Mr. Horn's been looking at Elasticsearch. I'm not looking at it logging. I'm looking at it as a data search, an index, and trying to use it as a compare and contrast and thought generating thing. So we're going to create an API. We're going to get data. Yeah, that's partially why I'm glad to get an actual work computer, so I can move away from having anything work and personal mixed. I don't want to use Teams in my personal stuff either. So we're going to get something smaller than Kafka. It's not so much about smaller right now, it's about familiarity. I'm comfortable. Thank you for the follow, Mario Machines. Welcome. I'm comfortable with Kafka. Getting started with RabbitMQ and figuring out how to use those APIs with the C# libraries, etc., would take me extra time that I'm not really using right now. And Kafka's not that big. Appreciate RabbitMQ, bit smaller, but yeah. It's the only thing I have since my audio camera setup is 100%. Yeah. So yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to create an API. Going good. How about yourself? Hey, J-Balls. That, I think for a mouse, that's perfectly readable. So we have the API. We're going to push the data into Elasticsearch and a document database, Mongo in this case, and Elasticsearch there. We're then going to try and, this is the part I'm trying to get to, right? So I'm going to try and query that data out, and I want to talk about how we do that, what's the benefits, pros and cons, all sorts of things there, and see what happens. Maybe we'll put some GraphQL in there and learn some other technology along the way, but that's the goal. So first we're going to start getting Docker configured, and I do not know why I am struggling with this part, because this is the part I've done. No, you don't want to complain there. Pizza. So we have a project that we work on called Pizza as a Service. Where we're trying to, we're building a system. This is a really bad diagram to do in dark mode, but it does generally work. Yeah, there you go. Where we're kind of exploring what it would take to create up a pizza ordering system, a pizza system, right? So you cover the entire organization through from inventory, employees, research and development, marketing, website, etc., and allow customers to take orders. So we're kind of exploring that as a general design in the stream on a different day. What I'm doing here is kind of a sprout of that project to kind of discuss it, because ultimately these sorts of things will go in the they will go in the main project. All I got to do is figure out if this is actually a problem or whether this is failing for another reason. So let's do ports 9200, 9200, 93. Actually, we want is it external, internal? So we want, I want to make sure that doesn't conflict with anything else I've configured. Do I have that? No, I do not, so it doesn't matter. Okay. So we have the ports, and then I'm deliberately not copying this. Docker. Mongo. Mongo image. Is it image really Mongo? Yeah, Mongo. I've not seen any of these options before. This will have to be configured differently because I do have a Mongo instance running. So you have to do ports 27.0.19 to 27.0.17. Now let's just do 18. I think that's internal to external to internal, right? Ports, Docker. Private. What is it? Ports. Let's screw something up here. Ports. Host and container. Okay. Host and container. So we want to expose 27.0.18, otherwise we're going to conflict with our bot, so that we don't want that. And image Mongo, container name. It's going to be Mongo search. So again, I don't want to conflict with Mongo there, otherwise I'm going to end up with a problem. Let's try that. So let's go to D, cd dev, project stream, Saturday lunch, install, Docker you can do that now, can't you? Docker compose up. Found. Okay, so it is invalid. Okay. Why is it invalid at line 4? I don't get what's wrong with that. What have I done wrong? Found character that cannot start any token. Is this because I saved it? Install? No. Found character that cannot start any token. And new item. Docker compose.yaml. No, it's definitely the so that'll have created that at this level now as well. So let's remove that. It's 2019. Yay. Okay. This is one of the most frustrating components when you know the things you need to do and they don't work. Like, this is the beginning. This is not the neatening up of the project. This is the beginning of the thing, and I just want to get started so that I can continue through my wonderful diagram. It's telling me that there's a character that cannot start any token, and I'm not sure what I'm missing. Found character that cannot start any token. I mean, that doesn't matter. My line endings. But it's from Notepad. and Visual Studio. Why would that be now a problem? How do I change that in the in Visual Studio? DLF in the corner. What? I'm willing to believe that, but right? It's just okay. Do I have a broken version of Docker installed? Do I have found character? Other than that, found character that cannot sign any token. Okay, what's the character you found? YAML, find a character that cannot start any token. Check if using tabs for indentation. YAML doesn't allow tabs, it requires spaces. Ah, we're an opinionated bunch, shall we? It's not. You serious? Okay. My bet is that. So I've just said that globally across my entire languages now. So right, but I haven't changed that, and you've seen me on stream before create Docker Compose files in Visual Studio. So how did that all of a sudden? You know what? That's nothing to worry about. It's fine. So we've got ElasticSearch environment. We're just going to put it in single discovery. Yeah. But it's those sorts of things that people you kind of get into that habit once, and then it's a thing, and you can't remember why you did that eventually. Ports 9200, 9200, 9300, 9300. Right, we're not going to install Kibana right this second. We just want ElasticSearch in image Mongo, container name, Mongo search, ports. I call it Mongo search because search is the primary goal of this. 27018, 27017. Okay, 27017. Okay, so now we should be able to do that. -D. So I'm going to need Kibana if I want to view this. but I want to make sure it's functioning and downloading parts that it needs before I proceed. Does anybody run their stream bots in Docker, in Azure, by the way? Or host them anywhere that streams? I suppose VS Code would give me better management of the containers as well. Post all your stuff on AWS. Okay. Docker code down. Well, so my bot is 3 images, right? So we have a Mongo image, the bot management UI, and the bot itself. Technically, you could probably roll it into one container, one image, but I prefer to break it up. And I'm considering what it would be like to put them in the cloud and start that up when I start the stream. Like if I could script it out so that the moment I hit start on the stream, the bot would begin, so that I wouldn't be using the resource all the time. That way I don't have to panic about this dev machine being fundamental to getting the stream up and running. And I could also create instances of the bot for the different streams. So I could just spawn another version for the gaming stream, and then its behaviors and its functionality are independent of the dev stream. But anyway, that's an aside. I'm more concerned about screwing this up right now. So let's get Kibana, Docker, install. Okay. I didn't paste that before though, did I? Kibana. Okay, Junicus, thanks for hanging out. Take care. Enjoy your lunch. Here's AWS Light Sail. Thinking the super simple CLI for deployed Docker images. Docker build. Nice. Huh. All help motivate me. Huh. That does make it pretty easy. Code spaces are nice. It's a pretty cool feature of GitHub. So image is going to be docker.elastic.co Kibana 7.11.1 environment. So name pizza search org ElasticSearch hosts HTTP ElasticSearch 9200. Right? Oh, it defaults to that anyway, so I might not even need that. Got an error on that, so maybe not checking out cross spaces. I mean, I use CodeSpaces right now for actually managing the developers.stream GitHub pages, so I can do it anywhere. That's been pretty useful. I haven't done anything .NET-y in there because we have Kibana, we have Mongo, we have Elasticsearch. So now we should be able to run this. Docker compose up -D. So what we want to do is see if this starts up. We can view that Elasticsearch is running, and then we're good to go. Then we'll add the Kafka images. So I think we could just add a broker connect for what I want to do. I don't think I need KSQL or anything like that complex right now. I don't know. What's the minimum amount? So then we go to good. What's localhost? Kibana default port 5601. 5601. See if that starts up. I don't think that matters, but Docker logs, Kibana. What do I call it? Should just be Kibana. Docker ps-a install Kibana _1. It's on 5601. That looks like it's fine. Docker compose down. Let's bring that down and let's just do this. Ports. $601. I'd love to know how many software developers who actually keep some of these. I mean, few, I would say. I don't think there's that many people that get really, really involved in the world they're living in. I've not met many throughout my career that have had I've met very few developers throughout my career that have really kept abreast of where things are going. I go up and down a little bit. These days I'm not as engaged in a lot of things and keeping track of as many things because I just feel overwhelmed when I'm looking at everything that could be done. Especially when I've got a new project in front of me that, like, I could bounce around all over these different things. Oh, we're using .NET 5, and we're gonna plan on using Maui for this, or we're gonna do this, and we're gonna keep cutting edge. And there's all these things that we could be jumping around between. But sadly, I think too many people, it's just a thing that they get paid for, which isn't a bad thing. But yeah. Container name is going to be Kibana. Compose up D. Like a PS minus A. Okay, so I think that'll work now. Yep, that's working now. Just give that a minute. Now, if I put a depends upon in that Docker Compose, does that actually dictate the startup order things will go in? Will it actually say, okay, start this one up before this one and just wait? Or is it if that one outright fails, this one outright fails? When I was studying, there was many who only started reading computer science because of the good pay. Not because they really wanted to work with it. Right. Half the class didn't make it. Yeah, I mean, it's not something that you need a passion for to be able to do, right? It can be a job. And that's true of many things, I would imagine. But software development can be a job. You know, not everyone's got the story of, I started when I was 6 years old. I picked up my first computer and I've been coding ever since. Or, I got bitten by the bug and I carried on. It's energizing to work with that sort of people. Those sorts of people. The people who are really passionate about it. It can be energizing because they're engaged and they're seeing these advances. It can also be frustrating because also when you're seeing the advances in what we're doing and how things are done, you always want to apply them. But, in the reality, when you're working in a large code base, you don't want to be changing too much too soon. You do want to be planning changes out more often than not. You don't want to just let people run willy-nilly into a code base and start making changes because it's new and it can create instabilities. It can create all manner of things. So, and that sort of frustration can upset people as well because, they feel held back or limited by the technologies. And, it's always good to be on the new shiny, but you're not going to spend much of your career on the new shiny. Okay, so ElasticSearch and Kibana are up and running. So let's bring them down once more. I mean, I remember in college, half the class was there again because they wanted a job that paid well when they left school. When it came to doing the project work, it was, hey, could you help me out? And what helped me out meant was, can you do it? And I pass it off as my own. Which was frustrating. Okay. Minimal Kafka install. No. Zookeeper, Kafka. Do they still need Zookeeper? I was just going to say. It's still needed. It's not used. Well, I suppose it is for the correlation, so, or the quorum. So I need at least a Zookeeper and a broker. And I actually do want to install Connect. That's the challenge. Yeah. I'm actually looking to try and take a Kafka course. Yeah, it's the best one, the Confluent one. I was just wondering if there was a document, an example. Yeah, this, okay, so. I know theirs is always there, but it's more. I know theirs is also large. I don't want to use the all-in-one because the all-in-one's too heavy. I can piece it out though. Okay, let's go. See, all this, you don't need all this. I'm not using KSQL. I don't use the control center. Connect. See, in the Kafka, the quick startup stuff. Yes, it is a nice. It is in the post, yeah. It is a lot smaller, but what I want to do here has some application as well. So Kafka does give me something I also want. Zookeeper broker. I don't need schema registry. The connect image they use is wrong. It's like they set this up specifically for something, for an example, and I don't like it because it's not. Oh, it's not right. Anyway, let's get Kafka. Well, it's funny. So the company I work for, we're using Kafka, and I'm a little concerned over the administration of it. So I've actually asked to do their course on managing Kafka and running Kafka, so that I understand all these parts in a little bit more depth. We don't need CP server. It's not CP server we want. This is the wrong one. CP all in Kafka. I think it's in GitHub somewhere as well. There you go. All in one community. That's what I want. CP Kafka. Yeah. I don't need enterprise stuff. Last workspace I worked really with the most clever person I ever met. He was running Kafka K with Helm and all. So we kind of talked about, it's funny you mentioned that. We talked about this on the last stream, right? There are some people that can go off and do that, and Mr. Anhorn is one of them. But the problem is those sorts of people are never team players, and you kind of build a reliance upon this person and their skill set. So you gotta be careful with letting people even run that sort of stuff. Because yeah, it's great that we can have all these technologies available, but what happens when, as you were just mentioning, not everyone in your team is fully up to date with all the technologies, which means they're not actively tracking all this stuff. They're just doing what they need to do their job. So if you let someone in your team run ahead and introduce all these cool technologies that help you go forward, what happens when that person wants to move on? Or what happens when that person's needed for something else? You now have a really bad problem because you've actually just built a dependency upon, for processes and business essentials around a person. Well, it's you are super smart and you have a lot to contribute and you want to help move technology. You want to help move the organization forward, and you want to do it really in a cool way that's really simple to you and to your way of thinking. But not everyone works that way, and the problem is you build up this dependency. And I'm not saying you should be scared of that. I'm saying that there's places that can definitely utilize that, but it's more you've got to be careful with how much you let someone who does that sort of stuff, how much you let them go without making sure other people are capable of dealing with that technology and understanding the technology. And also, are they the right person to be managing it? You gotta be careful. Okay, so this is CP Kafka. Depends on Zookeeper. Why do they have 29092? Zookeeper 2181. Schema registry we don't need. Connect is the wrong image. But we don't need to worry about Connect for right now. That comes much later. So what I want to investigate later is, so with Kafka, you don't need to write tools to actually consume every single topic, right? What you can do is create connectors. Kafka Connect is the manager of those connectors that basically feed that data out for you, right? So you can create a connector for you can create a connector for ElasticSearch, and instead of having a tool, a piece of code set up to consume the messages from Kafka and then feed that data into Elasticsearch, you can actually create a connector that will automatically feed the data from a topic into an Elasticsearch index. And there's connectors for all sorts of different databases. And the benefits there are you don't need to actually do the configuration. You can also use KSQL to, and I could screw this up, it's something I'm still trying to learn more about. You can use KSQL to create queries that actually manipulate the streams, the topics, and stream out the data in a different format. And then you can create connectors that feed that data. So you can actually put the transformation pipeline inside of Kafka, which I'm not a big fan of because I don't like the idea of everything being inside Kafka because version controlling this stuff is hard. You know, configuring these pieces is hard. And then you've got your business logic and manipulation inside of your Kafka cluster and not inside application code. But it is something it can do. So we don't need KSQL necessarily. But we might need Connect later. So we'll have a look. But hour 18 in, let's just go and see if we can get the basics of Kafka up and running. And yeah. We don't need a schema registry. Don't need I assume I can put that down to that. Let's see if that works. Let's see if that creates us up a broker and zookeeper instance. Docker compose up -d. The tool Docker conduct. Oh, not Docker. Why am I thinking Docker? I mean conductor. This is not a free tool. Unless you're in single broker cluster, which I am, because I'm developing. Always good when you get that. No. What wasn't it like? Conductor. Bad MSI. Kafka. Well, anyway. Okay. So, did this all start? Yes, it did. Docker ps-a. Hey, dualist. How you doing? Yeah. I'd like to understand that, but I do know that I've installed it on other machines and it is safe, but I'm not sure why that's erroring. I think the certificate that it's built with is wrong. Broker Zookeeper give our ElasticSearch, MongoDB search. We got our 5 Docker containers up and running. Exited. No, the broker exited. Docker logs. Broker. Confluent metrics report cannot be found. I cut out too much. Docker compose. Down. Stop all them. I cut out too much from here. No, because I didn't cut that out, did I? Install that. I don't think I need half this stuff anyway, but we'll see. Let's get outside. Docker ps-a. Still have a broker. We have conductor. So we should be able to connect to our Kafka instance now and see things. So one of the benefits conductor has over something like Kafka tool is you can actually see more about the cluster. What's new? Let's put that there. Login sign up. Okay. I look at Kafka cluster, and there we go. Okay, so now we have the tool connecting. So one broker on 1992. There are no topics, no consumers, 0 Kafka streams. There's no connect instance, there's no KSQL DB instance, there's no schema registry. That's okay. We don't have them installed yet. Viewing messages in this tool is horrible, but viewing the actual overall status of the cluster is easier in Conductor. So, and it looks like a bad Java tool. But anyway, so that's up and running. We don't need this right this second. So we're at 1 hour 25 minutes in the stream, and I finally got the right pieces installed to do what I want to do without actually writing any code. So for those joining, the goal here is to create something, an API or something that will feed data into Elasticsearch and into a document DB, Mongo. We're going to use Kafka, and when we get that data, we want to pull that data back out and create another API that is to query it. So we're going to see how far along that we can get in this time, and then we're going to use pizza as a thing. So we're going to create a create pizza API. It will register a pizza. They'll add a pizza with a name and some ingredients, and then we'll be able to search for that pizza based upon ingredients. Right? That's roughly what we're going to do. Just to kind of prototype that out. And the reason the question mark is here is because those are the things. That's the area I actually want to get to, and I actually want to kind of maybe discuss and see if anybody has any opinions or ideas on how this part is going to work based upon what I do. So, well, let's get there first. So now we are going to create a new project, and it's going to be web application. There's that many versions of web applications these days that I'm not entirely sure what I'm picking all the time now. We're going to go in Saturday lunch and source folder, and we're going to create an APIs folder. And this is going to be registration right this second. So I wouldn't necessarily name it this way normally, but what I'm trying to do is get across some points. ASP.NET Core 5. Do they just not want to make the tooling confusing, or do they just not drop the name Core out of their ASP.NET stuff when they moved to 5? Hey, Exy, how are you doing? I was going to say, enable Docker support. I'm not going to mess around. Yeah, because the core thing is confusing enough when you look at framework, core, and then .NET 5. To keep core in there, you know what, I should enable Docker support. I don't want HTTPS. Let's do that. Let's see what happens. I'm going to regret that because it's going to create a Docker container and run that when I build it, but it's fine. Yep. So there we go. It's downloading ASP.NET 5. Yeah, that's the problem. It did. It's gone with .NET 5. The challenge is they've kept the naming around, so they don't have to make users select a different version of the. Yeah, that's not good. They had plenty of time to get those templates in line as well. So. Okay. So, right now, we have the weather forecast controller. We have a weather forecast model. We start up and Swag is installed. Okay. That's nice. And route controller, weather forecast. Right, so we get against weather forecast. Okay. So we are going to create .NET 6 is coming soon, so who cares? Yeah. So there's a project goal or anything for the Microsoft. So today is more exploration. Yes, there is a project goal. So here's the convoluted diagram of today's. So if you've been around for the Pizza as a Service project, and if you, so pizza. So if you've been around the stream before and you've seen the Pizza as a Service project, that is, the idea of that project is a microservices slash broaching on DDD in terms of design. It's a large project to use as an example to discuss concepts and ideas using the variety of technologies. So that project actually uses Kafka plus Mass Transit and RabbitMQ to break down the differences between messaging and data distribution. So we're using Kafka for data distribution in that one, and not messaging as well. So that's a larger scale project that is and will be ongoing on the stream. What I'm investigating today is kind of a little bit of an experiment. I do have some requirements coming up for my actual job that I kind of want to go through. This isn't the requirements, but this is more of a, how does these technologies play together? Are there any ideas and thoughts and opinions on how this should be done? Because, TopSwag, as you mentioned, people aren't always engaged with the sort of stuff in your day-to-day. And the one thing you can guarantee when you're doing Twitch is that the people who are actually paying attention to the stream and coming in and spending time in the stream are more engaged than your average developer, right? Because they're searching this stuff out on their weekend, right? So I'm more likely to get feedback and opinions on some of these ideas as I go. And some of this stuff could be common. Some of this stuff could be uncommon. I don't know. So the goal for today is we're going to create an API. We're going to build this out, and we're going to start creating an ElasticSearch index. Roughly, yeah. So we're going to talk about the question mark here is roughly the goal of today, right? So I'm going to get to that part. But basically, we create an API to insert data. We're going to put that data in ElasticSearch and DocumentDB. Talk about the search requirements, and then how we might best present them on a public-facing API to return that data, right? And some of the ideas and thoughts and opinions on how it's best to do that. So yeah. So let's get a pizza controller. I'm using pizza so that it lines up with the Pizza as a Service project. Because ultimately this is the sort of stuff that will go into that project as a larger scale example. And I say example, but really what I mean is Pizza as a Service is meant to be a, hey, I want to go and learn about this technology. How does this work? I'm not sure. Let's go ask on stream and we can kind of work on it together. But then I can take that project and experiment in my own way, knowing there's a system already there that is large scale. Yeah. Large scale enough and has enough examples and set up to be able to run with it. Yeah. I'm reading about Dapper at the same time, so yeah. That's never it's never easy. Is it that? Is that what indicates to it that it's going to use the name of the controller? Yeah, okay. I'll forget that right. So we're going to take HTTP post, add new pizza, right? And a pizza is going to be public. I'm also down to 15%. 15%? So, welcome to my only development of the week. Welcome to this stream, which is the only development I actually get to do anymore. Of any substance. So, come on board. Live vicariously through me streaming it because I can't do it as a profession because I get to do everything else during the week. Did you get given your Fridays for research tasks? Top? Swag, however you'd like me to shorten that name appropriately so I can... I'm... Nice. I try and give my team that, they don't want it. They get every Friday afternoon they can take. What do I do the rest of the time? So I don't do... what am I? I'm not project management. I'm kind of liaison slash designer slash... so I work with two different teams across two different core projects. My job day to day right now is basically support slash requirements gathering with also designing of new systems and upcoming projects and sizing them out. Right now, I've got to figure out an architecture for upcoming projects for login, search, shared code base, APIs across the many projects, and how that's going to work, and how 3 developers are going to actually achieve that. So I don't get to do much coding day to day. So this is my coding. So we're going to have a name on a pizza. I'm going to have a public enumerable of ingredients. Let's put a public For sure you're missing code sections in daily routines. So I don't know about anybody's background in here, but it sounds like we could have some similarities. one of the things that always frustrated me early on in my career was internal developer advocacy, right? Developers get given requirements and are expected to run with them. And then they introduce these agile techniques, and it's meant to take the load off and help give back the power to the development team to better control the timelines. But organizations aren't built to embrace that necessarily, right? So they're built to get a product to a customer, or they're built to deliver something to somebody, right? The organizations I'm working in, obviously, I'm producing software to deliver a product. So salespeople and marketing people and CEOs, etc., they're all built around, let's get this out and get revenue coming in so our company makes money. Right? It's the focus. So they're not focused on let's do it well. Let's not do it the best way. Let's do it the quickest way that achieves the goal and gives the customer what they want. So I kind of transitioned into, I want to be able to have more say in what's going to happen and push back more, but step away from the development so that I'm not always delaying things. Because if I'm pulling into that role and I'm advocating for the development team and I'm making sure that those things are held to, that we say should be held to, then I'm taken away from that coding, and now we're missing targets because I'm there, because I'm not in the right place. So I kind of stood back from development day to day and said, okay, I won't be a key requirement of any software, right? I will have a say in how it's built. I will have a say in what's right and what's wrong with it. I will have a say in supporting it and working with it, but I will not have hands-on experience of most of the code anymore. Because I feel that role is required where we have somebody who we know can do what we do, but also has our back and make sure that we're given what we need and managed day to day by somebody that is not going to bow down to, well, we need this tomorrow. We need this in the next 3 hours. Drop everything. So Agile's great in concept, but I think it needs a bit more defense in certain organizations. Certain organizations embrace it and they do it well. Great. I haven't worked in one of them yet. So 34 tech lead. Yeah. I'm coming up on 41. I've been a developer for 20 plus years. And, in 20 plus years, I've never actually seen anybody provide a solution to that problem. So I just try and do what I can to make sure it's simple. But it does mean that I don't get to code. So, public class ingredient, string name, public. We'll make that stupid for right this second. So we need to post a pizza, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to save the pizza to the DB. And that's going to be one of the harder parts right this second. Climate current more. We'd love to code more. We'd love helping others get better. 30% code through. Yeah. Yeah. And I think, That's where I'm coming from, right? I want to help my team get better, right? I want to help other developers improve, and I want to give them the chance to grow. I've said it to several people, right? I don't care if that's setting you up for your next job. I don't care if you're better and you're able to move on and get a different role. Because if everyone takes that attitude of improving people, of, you know, of raising people up and making them better and helping them learn, then the job market in general is better, right? So you'll benefit as well as much as you'll lose. And the reality is, if you're giving people what they want and you're making sure they're paid well and they're compensated correctly, and you know they're given the opportunity to keep moving forward. And technology is really hard because it keeps moving fast. And there's always something new on the horizon that might help us tomorrow, but you know, you got to balance all that out. And it's yeah, so I don't mind building people up and moving them forward. You'll get it back eventually, or they'll stay, but they'll keep learning and they'll keep improving and they'll keep introducing new things for you, and they'll figure out how to do it without affecting day to day. And you know, 6 months from now, we need to rewrite this because it's terrible. We wrote it in JavaScript and now it needs to be written in TypeScript, or we wrote it in Ruby and you know what, Ruby's not cutting anymore. We need to write in fancy new language that came out yesterday because it's the hot stuff. No. Okay. So what we're gonna do first, we're gonna build everything in here. We're not gonna build this out perfectly or ideally. Add pizza, public, string name, public, global price, okay, there's our command. Let's introduce. We're also not going to do any unit testing because that will even further slow me down right this second, because I don't want to get that all set up and configured and then have to build that, because that's not to be the focus. Mediator. So anything I discuss on stream, by the way, if you're hanging out and you're interested, there is always a Discord. I don't mind. I love talking about this stuff, right? All sorts of challenges. If you're not in there, feel free to join. But I can always continue any conversation I start on stream or any other conversation about software development in general. I'm always happy to continue. So we're going to add the pizza. This is a request because this is mediator. All right. Go to our startup and add mediator. We need dependency injection stuff for mediator as well. install that. And again, if I'm going too fast, if I'm doing stuff that that doesn't make any sense, stop me. Let's talk about it. I don't mind. If I don't achieve this today, it's not the end of the world, right? This is meant to be the start of something. This an offshoot, obviously, but this is meant to be more about the discussion and the path than it is the getting something done, as is always my goal. So if you do type of add pizza assembly, I'll do that. So that will add mediator for us. And then we need to add a handler, add pizza handler. I request handler add pizza. Don't return anything, implement members. And then in here, we're going to inject our mediator. And we're going to say send. I hate how I can't do that. New, add pizza. So I've obviously created ingredient here, and I've created ingredient in the add pizza. The reason being that there's kind of a boundary, right? I consider these models to be input models to the controllers, and then from there on, they're not passed forward, which to some people can seem a little bit silly, but it makes sense to me. Add pizza, so name equals pizza.name. Obviously, I'm spending a lot of time validating this as well, because that's important. Equals from I in pizza.ingredients, select new, add pizza.ingredient, name equals I.name, quantity equals I.quantity. Okay. So there we go. We're going to do that now. So rather than inject right into the database, we're going to do it to a handler. Now we've just got to decide what this does. So the simplest thing to do here, right, is obviously I've got Mongo. I get the Mongo library and I add the stuff, and we insert a Mongo record in there. But how do we also get that into ElasticSearch at the same time? That's its own problem, right? So Kafka, and in turn, something like RabbitMQ, or mass transit on top of RabbitMQ or something, would allow us to decouple that and make sure the API is just passing that forward as data, and we can deal with that however we want to deal with it. So we're going to put that into a Kafka topic. We'll call it pizzas, and that's what's going to get fed out, right? Let's do this. Let's create a models folder here, because you're going to see this for the third time. In this case, they're very close, right? Public period ID. Actually, no, that doesn't match at this point. That does not matter one bit. We're just going to do that for now. And again, just trying to keep them decoupled a little bit, but we'll go back over that. So now we need Kafka. So let's manage this. Add Kafka. We install Apache Kafka. Producer. We're just going to hard code this. for right now, because I do not want to spend a lot of time refining a solution that is harder to find afterwards. And I will put this video up on YouTube because it might be useful. So we have the data. We now need to inject that data into a topic. So we need a producer for Kafka. Kafka, it's a new producer builder. GUID. It's not stored anywhere, but it would give us, yeah. If it has a GUID on it, these ingredients are just text, but we'll explore that in a second. And this is going to be pizza, right? So the key of the topic will be the GUID that we assign it when we actually post the actual pizza. If you added the same pizza multiple times, this wouldn't deduplicate that, but that's not part of what we're trying to do here. So we need a producer builder, and then we're going to do set key serializer. So with Kafka, you need to tell it how to serialize the key and how to serialize the actual value. We're not using Avro, so we're not doing any fun with serialization. So we need a serializer. If you're using Avro, there's built-in serializers there. iSerializer of GUID. And then when we implement that, that's going to return. So we need to return data to byte array. And we need a value serializer. Serializer of of T. In this case, I think no constraint required. Awesome. And we're going to use return JSON convert JSON serializer. Serialize TTF bytes data. Let's see how that goes. So now we need a new key serializer and a set value serializer, new value serializer of pizza. Build. What don't you like? Oh, because we need configuration options. So you need a dictionary of string. You need it to have all its configuration. Here, this is only bootstrap.servers, and this is localhost 1992, right? And then we're going to do producer dot produce async. We might as well do that, right? Why not? I think we need that then. Produce async. So we need a topic, which in this case is going to be pizza. Is it pizza or pizzas? Pizzas. I'm going to do a new message. The key is going to be grid.newGrid. No, actually we need pizza ID equals that. So that's going to be our pizza ID. And our value equals new pizza. So the problem here is this pizza here. No, okay, because I call this is the add pizza command, right? And then we have pizza, which is actually the models underneath here. Other than GUID. Oh, we need cancellation token. Pizza ID. So our name is our request.name. Our price is our request.price. We're just going to pass it forward a little bit. Ingredients equals request dot. So this is going to, the weird thing here is going to be this is the same query from before, but this is kind of, so you create a specific class for the UID, so you can name it UID, or so you obscure the fact that it's GUID underneath in request.ingredients. But what this should do is bring up this part I'm doing right now should bring up the debate as to, okay, well, we've now done this 3 times. We've transformed this from A to B, B to C, C to D. Right. Select new ingredient. This ingredient should be the model ingredients, right? It should be from here, or from, let's got name equals I.name, quantity equals I.quantity. So the same thing again. Then return live. Hey, Grumpy Game Dev, how you doing? I just always call my int ID grid UID. Oh, I got you. Okay. You differentiate between a unique ID and an ID. All right. Ooh. Ouch. Pinch nose, not fun. So let's build this. We have things up and running. We should be able to run this. So it goes. No, I can imagine not. So pizza, we can post to that. And what IP is that one? So that's on. So that's there. ID may not be unique across different tables, but UID is. Right. It's the API. Okay. Try it out. Quest body Hawaiian. No, that doesn't look right. How do you spell Hawaiian? 2 eyes. Hawaiian. Okay. We got some dough. 1. Pineapple. Quantity. At least 21. So yeah, I get the point. The ID, UID. Only really important when working with a large database like Dynamo, other than other big document database and working with a single date time plan. Right. Yeah, I've not really done much on large database stuff. I've always worked with existing schemas that have been ID. When publishing data, is very tempting. So a lot of people are attempting to publish their IDs for things. But I've generally tended to then create a UID, and publish the UID for an entity rather than its ID, so that I'm not tying any data back to its database implementation of it. And the price is going to be $9.99. Just because. There you go. How about that? Dough and pineapple. I think we probably need some sauce. Let's add some sauce. Sauce 2. Right. This is not a very well thought out pizza making system, but we're going to register this and see how it goes. So let's see what that looks like. Conductor, next one's conductor now. It did. So we got 200 of success. We can go in here. We have brokers, topics. Did we not get any topics? We did not get any topics, so we had a failure somewhere. Did we get debugging in here? Let's go here. Oh, that's still loading. That's not quite done yet, is it? Canadian bacon, yo. Point. Still loading right this second, so this may be moot. Okay, let's try that once more. Try it out. Paste that in. Execute that. Probably get a timeout somewhere, yeah. Get a pizza ready. Got stuck on the Kafka part. What did I mess up? Bootstrap.servers. Local 1992. That's exactly what that is. 1992. Nope, I don't want that. I want a Hawaiian Airlines. I'm missing something. So it's stuck on this part. We have a grid. To the topic, produce pizzas. Let's just cancel that. We're being very careful to save that every time, so I don't have to rewrite it. So the website is up and running, but that request is timing out. Time travel debugging, not fully supported. That'll work, right? Display. Try it out. Paste it in. Yeah, you do not want to work, do you? Yeah, stop running that. Cancel that. Failed to fetch, that's fine. Oh, topics created. Bootstrap servers, locals 1992. I don't think I need topics, create pizzas. So I can create it. Remove. I don't want me to be creating the topic beforehand. That's not something I want to aim for. Is it bootstrap.servers? It is. Kafka producer. Bootstrap servers. Yeah. Oh, I know why. Because he's running in a Docker container. That's why. The pitfalls. So we're now on 5,000. So now, when we talk to localhost, we're talking to localhost rather than our. Okay, so now we're running in here, and we should be able to hit this and see that it will get into Kafka. The response, we got 200. We go here. We have a topic called pizzas, and consume the data. This is awkward. Last hour. There's our pizza. No ID. That's a problem. Oh, because I didn't put the ID. I didn't put the ID on the piece that we're publishing. So that's fine. Remove the topic. That's fine. Let's stop that running. So I didn't put the ID here. For the benefit of Topsy. It's not that one that you're really complaining about. It's that one that you prefer. Right. So run that. It's keyed off that. It's come up on the other monitor for some reason, but that's okay. Post that. We execute that. It executes. It runs. Then we go over here. So our topics. Consume the data. Last hour. Start that running. There's a UID. There's a name. There's our ingredients. Okay. Well, we haven't stored it anywhere right now. We're not using Kafka as a data store. That would be bad. So we haven't stored it in anything. Right? All we've done is published it out to Kafka. So now we have pizza somewhere about here. Sat in Kafka, not doing anything. So how do we get it to Elasticsearch and Mongo? We could create services. So again, we could create a service to consume the topic from the document system, from the document DB, and store the data. And we could create a service to consume it and put it in Elasticsearch. But is there actually a MongoDB Kafka connector? Apache Kafka connector for MongoDB connector for Apache Kafka. A sink and a source. Ooh. So rather than creating services, we can create sinks. One for Elasticsearch and one for Mongo, and then just hook them in through Connect and register them with Connect, and then Connect will actually store them. So we don't actually have to create services. They're part of the overall pipeline, and then the data will be there for us to consume. I love this part. This is the messy part. So I need to Docker close down, bring all that down. Then I need to install Connect. Now I've only done some of this through KSQL. But we're gonna create a Connect instance. We're gonna install the Mongo and ElasticSearch connectors and have them feed those two data sources at the same time with straight up objects. That's not good. Okay. So again, if anyone has any opinions, thoughts, suggestions on any of this stuff, feel free. This is not perfect. This is not meant to be some form of tutorial. This is meant to be an exploration, me learning, me growing, at the same time as sharing that with other people. So, Kafka Connect. So there are several Connect images. And the one they put in the all-in-one is not the one I want. It delivers data from Kafka topics into secondary indices such as ElasticSearch. That's what we want. Getting started with Connect. Installing Connect plugins. So we're not doing that just yet. Install using Docker. Let's get images. Here we go. This one I want. So Kafka Connect is the community license one. So if we go over here, do this. So we have Zookeeper, we have the broker, we now need Connect. Image is going to be Confluent, I think, 6.1.0. Configure Kafka Connect. Docker. So they install images. They'll install those. Kafka Connect. Here we go. Okay, so they've created their own version, but that should be fine. Depends on. So container name is Connect. Ports. Eight 8083. depends on zookeeper and broker. We're not running these. I don't need to do these volumes. I'm not doing this Bitnami thing. All I need to do. That's fine. We'll worry about that afterwards. We'll worry about schema and stuff afterwards. I did actually create a document list last time I did this, but that is on my work machine, and yeah, I'm not gonna. Surprisingly, not gonna bring that up on the stream. What I'm trying to do is not have to bring in KSQLDB, CLI, DataGen, server, REST proxy, schema registry, control center. I just want connect, broker, and zookeeper if I can, so I don't have to mess around with anything else. I don't think Kafka control center is in the enterprise. I don't know what I've done recently, but I've set something up weird in how I'm using Edge. Create the Kafka topics. Is it just need a date? So there's somewhere in there I have to tell it where the broker is. How to configure Kafka. Kafka Connect somewhere. Connect to generic. Getting started with Kafka Connect. Deployment considerations. We're not using it with schema registry. Key and value. So we're going to do a grid key and JSON serialized value. Install using Docker. Zookeeper. Connect. There you go. Required Kafka Connect. Okay, here we go. Okay. That's what we need. Environment. Okay, so we're going to do it's almost exactly what I want because it's got JSON instead of arrow. Oh, do I not need these? That's probably the problem. Oh. Environment. Oh, I probably need to replace the equals with colons then. H. Replace equals with colons. Okay, next step. Figure out why one isn't working, then go back. But that's that. Oh. Expected object. One day I will understand. I will grasp this, but for now, group ID is search EG search EG. Okay, rest of the time. So let's see if connect works. We've got the Bootstrap servers set up. We've got the. Let's see if it'll even start connect. Because then what we're going to do is we're going to install the connectors for Docker for Kafka We're going to install the connectors for Elasticsearch and MongoDB into that. Then we're going to prove that data gets through into them, through to those two data sources. Then we'll snapshot the image of connect and use that as our image so we don't have to install them again. That's the goal. What should happen here is things speed up a little bit for the next little while once that works. What will actually happen is I'll spend too long debugging it and trying to worry about why it's not working. Let's see how that goes. Okay, and now, just because it says it's running, does that mean it's running? So, connect Bootstrap servers is required. Close down. Let's try that again. Like, I think I'm getting more comfortable with the general how to build the Docker Compose file. Obviously, a lot of it's way beyond me, but it's still a struggle. Okay, so that does not do what I think it does. That might work, but it's not working. So let's try this. Let's do that. And put a space. Docker Compose up. That's looking healthier, right? Why is that not so verbose? My machine is just going absolutely nuts, by the way. The sound here is crazy. Hopefully soon, though, I'll be able to build a new machine out. Broken may not be available. Close down. You need 9092? Let's see. Docker logs net. Broken may not be available. Should be. Well, let's see what's particularly wrong with that. Connection to node -1. Broker may not be available. Bootstrap servers. Post pair. For establishing the initial connection to the Kafka cluster. Multiple reuse in the form. The unique string. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, there we go. Expected 1 brokers but found on the 0. Brokers found. Oh, I know why. I know why. It's not localhost. It's not running on localhost. It's running on broker. It's got a host name. So I wonder if that'll work. Docker compose. Down. I've fallen for the same problem twice in a row. Got confused as to which machine I'm on. Docker compose up -D. So has anybody actually put these technologies together in a production environment before? And has anybody tried what I'm about to do? Well, we get different uncaught exception error while attempting to create find topics, search age, e.g. offsets. It's okay, but I don't expect you to have them. Try not to run it in production. You try to not be the one running it in production, or you try not to run it in production at all? Okay, so this actually configured. REST advertised hostname. So do you the applications you work in, do you do roughly what I'm trying to do though? Like build a system out which is creating data, then searchable data. Have you done that sort of stuff? And would you, and this goes out to anybody, would you even attempt what I'm doing now? If so, why not? Some of my DevOps skill, I have a microservice project to learn how to host all that stuff. Okay. So we got the broker supplied, but isn't config storage topic. We're not touch Kafka hosting. Well, I honestly believe that when you get to needing this in production, you need people who understand it. You can't have, oh well, I got it working on my dev machine, let's go to production as a final solution. You need expertise to manage it and to keep things ticking along fine. You need to understand all the ins and outs of, okay, retention policy. You don't need people thinking all of a sudden, oh, it's a database. And then 2 weeks later going, where's my data gone? Configuration status. Config storage topic was supplied but isn't a known config. What? Connect config storage topic. Wow. Okay, so it's not to worry about. Error attempting to create find. And set replication factor there. No, haven't set that. Group ID, search EG, config, offset, status. Best advertised host name. Let's do host name is connect. Let's do that's connect just so we can make sure that's Docker compose down. So one of the challenges I'm facing or will be facing, and one of the things that I want to put in the pizza as a service thing is the whole concept of each component of the system might need its own search requirements. It might need just because you're searching on customer doesn't necessarily mean you're searching on the same thing about the customer. And being able to manipulate that data without having to create individual services and business logic that does it would be handy. Distributing the data to multiple pieces at the same time obviously has its benefits. Like, I'm producing this data. This is the truth about whatever I'm producing. So the pizza with its ingredients and its price is the data. How I store that, what I do with that is completely flexible at every piece. What I'm trying to look at is, okay, well, when I'm searching on that, do I need to store all that data? Do I need to pull all that back through the search index? And should I be using my search index as my primary source of that data? Or should I be getting a list of, hey, here's the data you need, go to Mongo and pull out the right views of that data? Because Mongo might have collapsed some of that data down. Obviously, right now I'm just working with pizzas, but if I had go find me a customer with all their orders, right? Customers and orders might be stored separately, but that view might have been compressed. And I might say, okay, now find me everyone that's ordered a pepperoni pizza. The search index gives me back a list of customer IDs, which then Mongo gives me back the list of objects that have been merged together to produce a list of customers who have served that. So that then I get the customers with our orders back through the Mongo database. That might not be the right way of designing that. That might not be a good way of designing that, but I want to explore those ideas for the sake of learning why or why not. So we just got to get L01. Nice. PHP.co identity server. Huh. Have you looked at Mr. Anholm's recent efforts in what he's been doing? If you check out the Discord and look at projects, you overlap a little bit. Arnold Schwarzenegger is actually surprisingly good at speeches. Nice. Huh. That's cool. I'll check that out afterwards. But you want to post that in the Discord with in the projects channel. We do have viewer projects. Mr. Anholm posts some stuff in there, and also in development, he's recently posted some updates as to what he's been doing. He's been combining all sorts of different technologies and putting authentication around them. Okay, let's try that one more time. Well, let's see what that looks like. I am running out of time, which is not helping me, but I think considering what I'm doing and how much chattering I've done, we're doing pretty good. Okay, so let's see where this goes now. Error while attempting to find the topics. Replication factor. I don't set replication factor though. Replication factor is 1, right? Which is true. Is there a replication factor in the connect configuration? He says having 6,000 windows open. There's no replication factor there. So I don't know. So the reason I'm using Bing, by the way, is I'm able to, through my Bing searches, I collect the points, and every month Microsoft will take that number in points and make that dollars and donate that much. Right now that'll be 66 cents, I think, but Microsoft will donate to a charity of your choosing. So I'm just making sure they do. Zookeeper replication. I'm trying to create topics in Kafka by thought. Right. But I haven't configured. I have not configured connect to do anything. Offsets replication factor is 3 by default. Right, so replication factor is 1. Offsets topic replication factor. But it's not set to 3, it's set to 1. Confluent balancer, Confluent license, Confluent transaction state log, JMX hostname is broker. Let's see if the Kafka broker is complaining anyway. Docker logs broker. Oh. Thank you, Topspike. Been good having you in here today. Appreciate you hanging out and having some conversation. And like I said, check out the Discord, and Ishran Horn is also doing very cool things with Auth and overlapping projects. So have a great weekend. Thank you. Cool. So this isn't complaining about replication factor, and the configuration on it, section header, work thread, that's this configuration, that's not that configuration. Offsets, elemental offsets, retention, topic compression, replication factor equals 1. So it's set to, the broker itself is set to replication factor 1. So it's not like I've configured too many brokers. Replication factor. So it looks like it can't create the topic because the topic, it thinks it needs to replicate to 3 brokers. But I don't know where I've reported 3 brokers. Unless one of these is configured incorrectly. Broken 29092. Requires Zookeeper and broker. Bootstrap servers. Overview. So this should recognize connect. At some point. It's my goal. Oh, okay, so what I need to do is here, go to options, edit cluster configuration. Now connect is going to be HTTP localhost 8083. We're not doing auth because that would be hard. So now we can go here and we can see, ooh, we have a bad, so it doesn't, might have connect, okay. So it does know it's in bad shape. That's okay. How do I do this? Connect, util, create topics. Application factor. Oh, this is the error from 2019. Setting config storage replication factor being connect distributed worker. So there's an actual connect version of this as well. So connect config storage replication factor is 1. How does that do? So let's do docker compose. Down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can get this to the point of success, so that we have the data installed, we have the pieces installed, and then snapshot that so that we know that that is the setting we want. We'll then be able to take that and build out on that. So docker compose up SD. So I will commit everything I've done in the stream. Connect. Probably sure there's an easier way of doing that, but never mind. Replication factor. No, you want to complain still. Stopping REST server stops. Okay, so it just brings it straight down. Because it can't create its things. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go look at the Confluent doc. Wow, I got a lot of windows open. We're going to have to close some of them. just because. So what we're going to do is we're going to go look at the Confluent Discord, the GitHub. I read Discord as well for Kafka, Docker, GitHub, because they have the images, right? So the configuration should still be fine. So we have Kafka Connect, Docker Compose files. Okay, so Confluent Server, Kafka Single Node, Docker Compose, Zookeeper, and Broker. Okay, that's it. That's the bare minimum. GitHub, Kafka, Confluent. So there is a compose file in here. C registry, CP demo. Kafka images. Here we go. Show connect. Examples. You know, it's CP all in one. CP all in one. It's this one we want. So if we go to community, Docker Compose, the connect in here should have. Here we go. So let's bring that down. It's our next step from the other day that we will get to. So we have in their example, we have the group ID. There's our broker. Yeah, that's fine. Seen that working. And then for each. Let's do that. Let's do that. Okay. So we have search EG configs, and then search EG offsets, search EG status. It knows that's a duplicate, so that's fine. So why do we do? So we set this every time. So was that complaining about a different? It was. It complained about configs originally. Now it's complaining about offsets. That's weird. Okay, Docker Compose. Oh, no. Good job, because I didn't do the -d. So what we'll do is if we can get into Connect, if Connect runs, we can see it in Conductor. We can go and see if we can get the Mongo connector working. And if we can configure that and see it actually flow data out into Mongo, we've got a bit of success and we can proceed with that. But what I will do is I will still have that's running. Yep, that's running. Finish starting connectors and tasks. Topics. There's our new topics. There's our brokers. Why is that not? Oh, probably because we're doing that, and we probably need to configure that slightly different. Edit cluster. Yeah, there we go. No. You know it's there. There's my topics. We can connect is there. Kafka Connect 2082. Oh, because there's no connectors running. The service is running, but there's no connectors running. So I've got nothing actually. Hey, Rambling Geek. Long time no see. How you doing? How is things with you? Good. Not too bad, not too bad. Recovering. This is the first actual dev stream of any form I've done in the last couple of weeks, so getting back to it. So we are playing with the ability to use Kafka plus ElasticSearch and Mongo. So we've got Connect up and running now. So here's what we'll do now. See how this goes from here. What have you been up to? Have you been streaming at all? I don't think I've seen any streams pop up, but I've not been really spending any time in dev streams recently, so. No. Sad. I miss Friday afternoon. Logging into your stream. Well, life happens. You know, streaming is just a hobby. It's a thing that can be fun. Yeah. But it does take work. That's the challenge. Right? Even to press the button without a plan is stressful at best. So I get it. So right. Yeah, we were talking earlier on in the stream, about like the amount of time spent being a developer versus management these days, and how it, like for me, this is my dev time, right? Streaming is my dev, and yeah, gotta find something interesting. Yeah. So let's do this. So we're going to download the connector first. What we can do is we can log into our Kafka Connect node, and we should be able to run this command, and that will install Mongo connector. So if we go here and say docker exec -it, and then we say connect, and then we say bash. Is that it? Yeah. And then we say Confluent Hub. Right, it's there. So now if we do Confluent Hub, install MongoDB, Kafka Connect. And this is one of the things that's scary when if you're a developer and you're building this sort of stuff out. This is the stuff admins have to do. You cannot, and the configuration differences and the mess that can be made if you don't track all this properly is scary. So this is one of the things I'm not entirely comfortable with. And again, similar to using KSQLDB and creating streams and queries that manipulate streams, is they have to be installed inside of Kafka, right? So if you're sharing Kafka at all, that can get messy. Where this tool is installed. Do you want to install this into user share Confluent? Sure. No. Yeah. I guess, yeah. It can be, but it's yet another thing that has to be done, right? So yeah, the component can be installed on any of the following Confluent platform. 2. Yes. Maybe 1. Yes. Oh, it's because it doesn't recognize it. Okay. Confluent Hub client to install it. Yeah, it's just when you're configuring this the first time, it's kind of intimidating as a developer. And if you're planning this out, right, you say, oh, install this connector. It's not good enough to just say install this connector. There's configuration. And how do you manage that configuration? These are entire processes that have to be figured out at the same time. So when you're doing this as a developer, there's more to it than just development, right? I need this because I want data in a database, but it's an entire project unto itself. And this is the sort of stuff that get overlooked. Whatever. I'm panicking about the wrong thing there. So if we do Confluent Hub install, then we do Mongo Kafka Connect MongoDB 1.4.0. Component not found. Indeed, the Elastic team created a Kubernetes connector conductor that does all this for you and sets up keys and secrets. Right, but you need an entire group of people. Oh, what was the latest? No. Oh, hold on. I'm missing that. Did have, well, it was like crazy complicated. Yeah. They all connected configs. Yeah. Okay. So now that's the Kafka. That's the MongoDB one run. Right. I got some pretzel crisps that my wife. Nice. They're helping you nerves. ElasticSearch, Kafka Connect. Right. So now we're going to add this one in there. This should be the similar thing, right? We should be able to do this. So we do Confluent Hub install Confluent Inc. I'm going to do the latest. No, because we installed a specific version of Elasticsearch, didn't we? So I want to make sure that I install that version. I think there should be a pizza ingredient, pretzel crust. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Sorry, I wasn't making that attachment at this point. Streamlights. Nice. More investment in the stream. Let's see if this works. Yeah. Oh, we're missing something. Kafka, Confluent Inc. Confluent Inc. Kafka-Connect, ElasticSearch. Latest? Yes. 11 is the latest. We should probably change that to spiffing your streamer chair. Because I need to pinch him over and have some streamer lines. Nice. The difference I made to my stream was I got the Brio camera. So it's a 4K camera. So you can see my ugly face in a little bit more detail, assuming that the 1080p is pixelating like mad because of the bitrate. 3 hours, finally got RDP working. Fun. Okay, so now the challenge is I need to now snapshot this image, right? This container, because so if I do Docker restart, yeah, well I got it. So I'm not planning on going full screen, right? That would be horrifying. But I got it, so there's a little bit more detail. If I need to show something, I can do. And if I do decide to actually record a video with my ugly face in it, it won't look so terrible. Well, yeah. Like a full screen that can point to on-screen things. Yeah, so this would support me going full screen now, right? Because it's a 4K camera, so it's not going to look as good as some like the DSLR cameras, but it would look okay. Yes, as we are all are. So now I want to snapshot the container, right? So I want to create an image from the container, right? Because I'm going to create now one with this pre-installed, so that I can switch over to using that, and I don't have to do this step every time. Otherwise, I'd have to configure that in my Docker container, in my Docker pose, I assume, where I add these things in as extra pieces after the fact. That is quite the poetic way of putting that, but okay. I bought Asus 400 for streaming and then stopped stream. Wow, you spent a lot of money on a camera and then decided to stop streaming. I was tempted to take a bigger leap on the camera, but I think the Brio does a better job right now than for what I need. And yeah, just got to think that create an image from a container. Okay, so Docker commit command like this. Docker commit. Okay, so if we now do Docker commit. Oh, this is annoying because that's the prompt. How to create a new image from a Docker. It's easier than this. It's not this difficult. They're making it look really difficult. But once you're wind up in a mental place for streaming, it's just not a thing I can make myself do. Yeah. Yeah, it's... You're not alone there. I don't think I've been quite into streaming since the end of last year. No, I just watch a lot of other streams, and I'm like, they're providing way more content and entertainment than I can. Yeah. There's so much more education out there now than there was 2 years ago. And, you know, I think the community is big, and it's really great to be part of a community. Yeah. So I question why I do some of this. And that's why I've kind of jumped around a lot recently, is because I do have a passion still for development, and I really do have a passion for well, I'm going to come back to that in a second. But I found that if the answer to the question, why do I stream, isn't for myself, you're doing it wrong. Yeah. I mean, I am doing it for myself at the end of the day, because I'm looking to grow, right? And there's so many smart people into it, in the Twitch community, that I can engage with. I can show what I've got. I can in some ways inspire a different way of thinking, or a different approach, or a discussion. Then that's what I want to do, because that's what I enjoy doing, right? I enjoy the discussion. I enjoy debate around things. I want to be better. I want to be a better developer every day. I want to learn something. I want to grow. I want to know that I'm doing something that is well, it does. But then you question, okay, so what are people doing in those streams, right? There's a lot of entertainment, and there's a lot of stuff done. I don't mean anything I'm about to say offensively, but why are we watching? What are we watching for? How are we watching? You know. I'm going to get myself in trouble if I continue with that. But it's entertainment, right? You're watching that like you watch TV. You're watching them, not for the code, not for the product. A product appears at times, and it might inspire an idea for you, but a lot of them are similar ideas and brought out. To Grumpy's, well, thank you, I appreciate it. But, to your point, yeah, I'm streaming this for me, right? I'm streaming this so that I can interact with other people, other professionals whom I respect, who I appreciate their opinions, and I can be better. And by me being better, they can see me wanting to be better, and it inspires. So in the same way, Rambling Geek, when you stream, yeah, you don't know everything. No one does. But part of that journey is also helping anybody joining into that stream see that it's not so easy, right? Because I struggle, because I watch some people, I'm like, how do you make that look easy? And then I find out they've spent days or weeks or months actually researching some of that stuff, and what they're actually doing is the result of preparation. And I don't prepare. I don't prepare for any of this, because I don't have any focused goals. Now, I do have a plan for something that's coming up that I will need to focus more on. I need to prep. And I came up with this stream today, and I'm falling way short of it, but I'm getting there. It's getting close, but it's short of where I want it to be. Hey, Multi, how you doing? Good afternoon. So, streaming is not as easy as it was a year ago, 2 years ago. Nice. Hanging out's good. Docker commit. So, painting by numbers. I mean, like everybody, you suffer from the project. You collect projects, right? You start a project, you get bored of the project, you move on, right? And I've done it many times. Sometimes it's not because I'm bored necessarily. It's more because when I'm streaming it as well, I'm also mindful of, okay, there's a limit to how much people want to actually see of a single project, which then comes back around on the entertainment part, because some people engage more, some people don't. Which is why I try and encourage pushing to the Discord, because the Discord is then a good place to continue a discussion about something. But then I learned that some people do actually want to see some of these projects go to fruition. So it's a balance. For me, I'm going to try and balance I'm going to do a real project, but I'm going to bring some elements of the research to the stream, right? This is kind of balancing on one of them, but not really. This is more of an exploration of an idea. Seeing the same thing each stream makes me think. But again, like Grumpy says, why are you streaming, right? So one thing I've been doing more of is I've actually been streaming games. So I stream games under TBD developer. I've been playing Apex, so Multi is someone I've played Apex with, and I'm not good at the game. I'm terrible at the game, but streaming the game has helped me just relax and enjoy it. And I actually now care less about the game, and it's more just hanging out and just having fun, and sharing that with other people. And I think that's what we're going to do with streaming, with programming. It's not about the viewer numbers. It's not about the subs. Not unless you are trying to make a living out of this. And that's why if you look at some of the bigger streamers, the donations to charity streams, combination, collaboration streams, etc. It's the entertainment. It's a different focus. My current project doesn't know what it wants to be yet. I wind up making custom UI thingy and menus and controls. Okay, fair enough. I need to be good at Apex, not a competitive game. It's fun though. It is. And that's what's made me happier with it. And that's what's made me better. I'm way better than I was 2 or 3 months ago, because I'm now relaxed and I'm enjoying it. And each game is a new game. It's fine. Wait, you stream gaming on TBD developer and coding on? Yep. That's deliberately amusing. I get better numbers as a developer than I ever will as a gamer. And I don't want to corrupt the TBD gamer dev stream stuff, so I started TBD developer, and I game stream there. So it's actually a suggestion of one of the subs. He suggested it just for laughs, and I did it. Because it doesn't matter. I don't care who comes and watches me game. It's just good to hang out. So, yeah. Yep. Okay, so Docker commit is what I'm actually looking for. So we want Docker commit, and we're going to do connect, and we do connect stream. So now what we've got is an image. So if you do Docker images, right, we do have connect stream created. So we need to now do Docker compose down. And then we're going to go over here and we're actually going to make these latest, because I installed the latest version of the search, and these are on 11, these aren't on 7. And we instead of this image, we're going to do connect stream. So then we do Docker compose up. No, why do you break? Is there not a latest tag on that? Docker elastic.co ElasticSearch. ElasticSearch, Docker images. I like the fact that if you put images on the end of anything, it brings you first to images. So I end up looking at diagrams of Docker. Do I have to put the latest version on there? ElasticSearch. Kibana, get ElasticSearch. Why do I do this? Deploy now. Launch on Elastic Cloud. Is there no late? Mr. Anhorn, if you're there, do you know if there's if I'm doing that wrong to get the latest with ElasticSearch, or do they just do version? ElasticSearch latest. I'm just searching it off the screen because it's not really particularly interesting to anybody. No, it's the Elastic one. Do I have to specify the actual? There's ElasticSearch. Oh, there's an image up there. 7.1. Oh, this is confusing. Okay, so if I do, what is it? Instead of doing that, I'll do hub.docker.com. Do you work? No. Why? Docker official images. Pull. Oh, remove the slash. Okay. Cool. Actually, I just got a 5800X in the mail today. So I have a new toy to play with as well. Having this first 5 series AMD chip I've received. What am I doing? View available tags. .1.0 pushed 3 months ago. I don't think it's up to. Yeah, I was about to say, Yeah. They don't push the latest. So 7.11.1 is the latest version. So we revert that back. That needs to be there. That needs to be 7.11.1 and 7.11.1. Yeah. Silly. Although, yeah, they're moving it around, aren't they? So things have changed a bit. So let's do that. Oh, I forgot the -d. That's going to take a while. But what we should end up with is the connectors. So we should see these come up and the connectors be there, I believe. When that's there. So yeah, my focus for the stream over the next couple of months will be mainly around building out some of the knowledge around the microservices, distributing data, search. Those are challenges that I'm going to face every day in my workplace as we build a new system. But also, I am beginning work on a personal project in which I'm going to use all these things anyway. But I'm not going to share them. I'm not going to share the project on stream, but I'm going to share components of on stream because, quite frankly, I need to get moving with figuring out things for the future. And writing my own software is the only way I'm going to take control of my own future path. Okay, so we should have these connectors. So let's do Docker logs connect. Starting connectors. Right, so we have we're running out of time. Should have work to do. I was hoping that would run because there should be connectors there, but I haven't registered any. I've only registered the actual libraries. I've not actually used them to connect. So if I can get Elasticsearch connected to run, then that would be awesome. So that would be right. So we have basic configuration. So we can create that. We can post that. We're not creating the topic. We want. So here's a configuration. This gets a little bit tricky. So from memory, if you're not using Avro, using the JSON stuff, you have to tell it to ignore schema. You have to do you have to set the value converter. You have to do that. Here's the one I'm actually going to end up with, right? So what this is suggesting is I post to connect the connectors. I wonder if it'll let me do a connector here. There we go. So connect to localhost, connection refused. Okay, so let's do that. Let's do edit. Let's make that 8082. Let's go there. Kafka connect. Create. Show details. Connect to connection refused. Close. I'm now starting to see why. But it is 2082. Oh, 8083. Okay, it's 8083. There we go. That might help. Failed to respond. 20.0.8.2. Connect REST port. URL. I wonder if I've got to, so I think that should say 1. Connect REST port. I wonder if this should be 28.0.8.2 to 28.0.8.2. What if I need that? We remove that. Then we do Docker, we end that, which will stop all them. Then we'll actually be able to start it properly, which would be good. So hopefully this hasn't been too painful watching me do this today. I think I've muddled through enough. And I understand everything I've done, which is which is a major step forward, especially with Docker. I think I'm being more proficient with Docker as I go. So if we edit this cluster now, I think if we have that there, cancel that, go back in there. Yeah, there we go. Our instance is running now. So our servers are up. I'm not sure that's not incorrect, but we do have an instance. No. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's not listed here. So that has not installed itself in the right place, because I should have the right connectors, right? So let's go and exit that, and let's go through that install again. So we're going to do docker exec -it connect, and we're going to do bash, and do confluent hub install MongoDB Mongo confluent Kafka connect MongoDB latest, where this tool is installed. Yes. 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 So then it was installed, so I didn't need to do that, but okay. So if we exit that and then docker restart connect, that might take a second, but docker logs connect, create. Okay, so this will be Kafka to database, database to Kafka. So what we're expecting to see is okay, so MongoDB. This is the Confluent hub. Right? That's what we did. Installing Connect plugins. So in our configuration, we got plugin path. Ah, there we go. I bet you. let's move that back to the connect that it was, because I'm an idiot. I didn't check any of this in. That'll be a lesson to you. Remember to actually put it's not that. It's Confluent, Inc, Kafka Connect. Is it CP Kafka or CP Connect? Kafka Connect, docking. CP Kafka, CP, it's this one I was looking for. CP Kafka Connect. 40 gig source folder for all my projects. I'm pretty sure 40% is on. Oh dear. Thanks for the like, Rambling Geek. CP Kafka Connect. Docker Compose update. So we're going to start it up again with the original image. And then we're going to add. So now it's got the new path, right? Docker Connect, Docker Logs Connect. And then we should be able to log into it and add the right cleanup policy. Offset storage topic. They just want to keep making this difficult, don't they? Topics. Actions. Delete selected topics. Docker restart. Connect. Just restart them all. Not empty them, delete them. Then we'll do Docker start connect. Okay. There's our topics. There's our connect instance that's running. So now we do docker exec dash it connect bash. And then we will Confluent Hub. So now we've set a different path for where the thing's installed. Confluent Hub install MongoDB Kafka Connect. Should just move the window that has that in up above me so that you don't need to see it all the time. Kafka Connect MongoDB latest. A component can be installed in any of the following Confluent platform installations. Install RPM dev package or where this tool is installed. Let's do one. User share Confluent. Yes. 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 and then exit, then Docker connect, Docker restart. I don't know if restarting it is necessary, but we'll find it out. So we got our 4 topics, that's fine. Docker logs connect. Connect. Oh. Well, it's showing one instance now, which it never showed before, right? But so I think if we figure out the next part, to manually install the connector, we're not doing that. Okay, so so what we need to do is this. So what they're suggesting is we take this file and database is SearchDB. Mongo is in MongoDB 27418. Right? That's what they're suggesting. Yeah. MongoDB. And it's 017 because it's local to this machine. And then there's our key converter and our value converter. And I think that needs to be the JSON converter. So that needs to be this. Because this is not. And the key converter is. The key converter probably can be the string converter. But we'll see. And then database is SearchDB, collection is inventory, topic. Do I need pipeline? Topic prefix is going to be pizzas. Let's see if this works as a. So we can create and then create from JSON. Because we're not creating connector there. Hold on, I might be. Name is config is that. Name is going to be source MongoDB pizzas. Need a cup of tea. Absolutely. A cup of tea is always a good idea. Let's see. I'll watch. Create from JSON. Okay, name config. Right, paste the connector JSON here. Right. So there we go. Name config. That's exactly what I pasted. Invalid connector configuration. Ensure it's JSON. ensure it's an JSON like name config. So I don't think that's going to be that. No. So this is database to Kafka, Kafka to database. We're doing Kafka to database. What I'm hoping is that the connector would appear in here and we'd be off to the races, but we're not. We don't have a pipeline. I don't want to use it. Like I can run this and see the topic created, but that doesn't really give us much extra. So if we run this and we go back to this one, we create our pizza. I'm just doing it on the other monitor, the other screen, just to, that's created. So now if we go here and go to topics, right, we should have pizzas. Not sure why it got starred. So we have pizzas, right? Stop. That will just keep reading until. Now we go to Kafka Connect. We have an instance running, but we do not have our connectors here, so they're not being installed properly, is what I'm thinking. So what you might have been able to do, I'll bring up the documentation, is, because obviously now I'm back on this. Hey Dota, how you doing? How did things go yesterday? Great to hear it. 2 is always good. So we can always do this, right? We can always post this as so if we go to Insomnia, he says realizing that could be set up incorrectly. Okay. So if we go to Insomnia, create a new request, and we say this is adding Mongo connector, right? And this is a put. I think there's a way of doing this, but we'll worry about later. So the body is going to be JSON, right? And we're going to post. We're going to put. No worries. No worries. Gotta put it up on YouTube. If you're going to post this, this is not going to be necessary anymore because it's this JSON. We're going to paste this. Why is it that? Liking that. Let's take that. Make sure that's good. That could have been it. Let's just validate that that's not the problem with it. That it was invalid JSON and therefore wasn't liking it. Let's just take that. Go over to connect. Create from JSON. Kafka Connect doesn't have a plugin. Mongo source connector. Please install it and try again. But I did do that. They asked you about Kafka. Nice. Okay, so this doesn't matter whether I manage this. It's not going to work. So, okay. Well, I have been going for almost 4 hours. Well, Kafka is a technology that has got a lot of notice in the last couple of years. Quite a lot to it. Use a local share Kafka. I think it's something to do with this. Maybe. As long as you didn't play up any knowledge, then you should be fine there. And that's just another, your interest in extra technologies and new technologies, etc. is Well, this is a source to a Kafka topic. This isn't what I'm doing. I'm using it as a sync. I want the sync component. I just misunderstood that. How to connect Kafka to MongoDB source. Right. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, again, you're trying to... There's a whole lot of learning. Major Streamlights. Wow, that is a big difference. Although, if not meaning to be offensive, but if there wasn't like household stuff behind you, if you put a white screen behind you, you might consider that a mugshot. You do not like taking your own picture, do you? You do not look amused. That would go pretty well in. Have you seen this man? MongoDB connector. It looks grumpy. Yeah. Okay, well, it looks like I've got some more reading to do here to get this actually functional. But it looks like it's possible. So, MongoDB, just to summarize what I'm kind of trying to do here. So I'm stuck in this part, right? I'm stuck at this part here where I'm trying to... So, using Kafka Connect, you're able to connect to other data sources and either consume data or produce data into Kafka or out of Kafka. So if a Connect module has been written, then, you know, a sync or a, what was it called, a source. So if you can set up Mongo so it can actually publish its data automatically, well, not automatically, but it can be added in, so it will produce data at the same time you add it into the collection, it will get produced as topics, and vice versa. You can consume topics and make collections. Same for ElasticSearch. You can create an index based off the data coming out of Kafka. So what I'm trying to do here is set up two sources, or two syncs. Yeah. I'm trying to set up a sync to say, okay, take the data from this, take the data from the topic and create a search index, and take the data from the topic and create a data store, right? Over time, you can learn how to manipulate those and change out how it produces the data, etc. So you're narrowing what it's actually consuming, I suppose. But it looks like with Kafka, you can actually say, okay, I only want to publish things over this value or whatever. So you can actually, or with MongoDB. But it looks like I've got a bit more configuration to do to set Mongo to consume. So I'm going to continue this exploration, probably on Tuesday as well, because what I'm trying to get to is here, right? Right. What do you consider, or what do people who are watching and care about this consider, you know, how to do search properly, how to do UI display from objects and pre-preparing data and all manner of things. So I was trying to get to here, but we got far enough for now. I have been going for almost 4 hours, and I intended to do 2. So, and I've got work to do. So, what I'm going to do is, this is all There's nothing personal in here. There's nothing problematic. Docker compose plus adding a pizza. All the basics for setting up Mongo, Kafka, and ElasticSearch containers. Created an API to which you can post a pizza, and it will post to a topic. So I'm going to push all this on the main branch for right now. So this is Saturday lunch. Not to be confused with pass. So if anybody is interested in continuing on tinkering with that, it is where we've just left off. So again, this is part of a larger discussion that will become Pizza as a Service. And I just want to kind of understand people's opinions and thoughts on this stuff when I get to it. And this might be where we introduce GraphQL to learn more about GraphQL as a kind of pre-experiment for the larger system. But I kind of want to get data going into multiple sources and then looking at their benefits and why you might use one over the other, or one as well as the other, and how you're going to combine those two things in the long term. And when you're talking about microservices, obviously microservices, the intent is that they have their own data, all right? Kafka does allow you to produce one set of data and consume that in many forms across the actual system, so that, you know, if you have 4 different components of your system, that you add a piece to the system, and marketing needs to know about it, and the website obviously needs to know about it, etc. And maybe inventory or whatever. Each one of them can consume a pizza, but then do with it what they need. In some of those instances, you might need search. In some of those instances, you might need just the data, and you might need different components of that data. So these are the things that I want to talk about and kind of explore. And I'm not trying to regurgitate books. If anything that is in this content is in a book, is pure coincidence, because I haven't read many books or any real books on microservices. So this is all based upon what I do. So if we overlap, that means the idea is definitely valid, because, you know, I came to the conclusion separately, and other people will naturally come to certain conclusions. But anyway, so I'm going to end it here, because I cannot book Alpha due to TED. Yeah. Who can we go to? Who should we go say hello to? Because I need dinner as well. Huh. I'm going to have to set this camera up differently, because my head just disappears below the bar when I'm sat thinking. Anybody get any suggestions who you'd like to go and raid over to on our way out? Everyone else seems to have larger numbers. I'd like to support a small streamer, but we can always go and raid a larger one if we need to. I raid Anthony Wright's code way too often, so we're going to not do that one today. So yeah, we'll get back to this on Tuesday and explore more things there. Okay, well, I am going to jump off. We'll raid one of your favorites, Grumpy. So thank you for joining me. It's been fun hanging out. Again, the Discord is always there if you want to hang out or discuss anything more on stream. If you've looked at this example, if you're looking at this code and you, well, the bot could completely ignore that, but whatever. Oh, there we go. If you've looked at the code and you want to talk about more, you have any ideas on it, then feel free. That'd be great to discuss this sort of stuff. If you're doing this sort of stuff, I'd be interested to know how, without obviously disclosing any secrets, how you achieve search and displaying code to a client, displaying data to a UI or whatever. So I'd be interested in what your thoughts are on those sorts of things. So we're gonna go raid Tim. I'm gonna raid over to Tim. I gotta jump off, so it'll be a raid and run from me. But thank you for joining me. Take care, and I will see you all again soon.